Hey everybody, we're back. More Final Fantasy XIII. Hey Amanda, how you doing? Everything seems good. I'm doing okay. Doing okay. So when we left off last time, I said we're going to end up having to do a bunch of off-screen grinding. Because we were just at a point now where regular enemies were too much of a problem. And I've done that. Over the past 2 days. Done a bunch of that. So we should be able to continue onwards for at least a little while. I forget if the game needs you to grind again. It's possible it will in the final chapter. I'll have to see about that, but I do know about a specific item that we can get at the end of the chapter we're currently in that'll make grinding easier because it boosts the CP we get. Double per battle. So it won't be as bad. Hey, Chanson, how you doing, buddy? That's cool, Chance. I appreciate being here. I'm doing okay. Ready to get back to it with Final Fantasy XIII. Even with all the grinding I've done off stream, there is still a good chunk of the game left, so I doubt we're going to have it done in the next 2 weeks. But in case anybody isn't aware, we do have the poll currently going for the game we'll be playing after this, which I am not sure what is currently winning. Let's check that out for a second. Code Vein is currently winning by 1 point. Interesting. Alright, we've waited around long enough, let's get to it. So when we left off, we were here. This is last Thursday. 25 hours, 23 minutes, 58 seconds. This is the current save, which was earlier today. 37 hours, 17 minutes, 51 seconds. Like I did when I did the off-screen grinding in Digital Devil Saga 2, I wanted to keep the two saves separate so you could see exactly how much time I'd spent. But there's also an extra caveat. I haven't leveled up any of the characters that weren't in my party, so you can see exactly how much CP I gained through grinding. Uh, 570,550 CP. And that has led Lightning, Zaz, and Snow to have their 3 main paradigms maxed out at this point. They can't go further yet until I think the end of this chapter. And so we can take a look at this and just push this up. Because this is how much it took to actually max out what we currently had. You see, just on that, we've already spent over 100,000. Yeah, the game really takes it a little too far at this point with how much CP it costs to hit the next point on everything. There's about 200,000 spent now. That's about 300,000. Because it sounds like a lot, and like, oh, I've probably overground. I've probably done too much grinding. And we couldn't possibly need all that? No. It's actually a fair point. I didn't check if this was enough to max out Hope, Fang, and Neil, as we currently are. Might not be. I just got to the point where Snow, Lightning, and Zaz were maxed out and left it and that. And there you go. Almost 600,000 spent on that. What was that? 570,550. Now let's do it again. See, that's almost 200,000 just on maxing out Commando there. It's pretty crazy. It's worth noting that any more leveling that we'll have to do will cost more than this. Is Fang going to be useful as a saboteur now? I feel like Fang was never that useful as a saboteur. Are you gonna make this? We're not gonna make this. So all of that was not enough for Fang. Okay. Yeah, I want to do medic now. Because... oh, she's already got the ATB level? Great. Where's the ATB level? It was right there. It was the first thing. Didn't realise that. We're at the point now where... every party member is able to have 5 slots in the ATB gauge. Could be useful. And last but not least, Saboteur. Neil's an interesting one because she's the first person with Saboteur that you get, and she's the first healer you get. And she's better at both than I think anybody else. Unless you're going to start doing, like, extra post-game grinding. Which I think is a weird combination of healing and debuffs. And in contrast to Fang, Vanille is now maxed out with plenty left. So I hope everybody enjoyed that. That was about 12 hours worth of grinding. Around about 12 hours worth of grinding. Possibly longer. I don't think the game time actually counts the times you spend in battle when you die. I think it only counts from, like, restarts. So, these are Sahagin, and I thought it was weird how FF13's Sahagin basically look like water chocobo. I don't think any other game has looked anything like this.
Be ready for the next fight.
You can't ride them. Anyway.
Change of plan.
Still have an issue with that. Shouldn't have gone for the Orb Bomb first.
Thanks.
And Lightning now has Cura on her medic roll, which you may note is still honestly kind of shit.
I appreciate it.
Because it's a group heal that doesn't heal enough to be worth it over single heals. There we go. This is why other games in this series will just let you do Cure All, or Cura All, or Curaga All. It'll do less than dedicated heals, but the point isn't it costs more. Hey, thanks for the work, Chad.
Time for another approach.
Just too easy.
Will say, if you want to do some grinding in this point, this area isn't that bad. All of these enemies will respawn if you just run around the entrance a little bit. I'll shut it off in a minute. And they give a decent enough experience for being pretty straightforward, easy fights that you can just button mash your way through. It's like, yeah, no, you got stuff like the King Behemoth that will give you 4,000 per, but the King Behemoth takes effort. And you've got to pay attention to that. These things, a group of 3 Sahagin. You do a triple Ravager, the Tri-Disaster, and just keep pressing A. Unless things go really wrong, for some reason you should be able to do this. The catch for this is to get into this area, you have to complete missions 1 to 12 in Gran Pulse. This group of 5 you actually have to pay a little bit of attention to. So we start off with some buffs.
Thank you.
We gotta win this. I appreciate it. We gotta win this.
Thanks.
Honestly, one of my biggest problems with this game for grinding, as opposed to something like Digital Devil Star, because I grinded for way more in DBS 2. And even DBS 1, honestly. But in that, it was very simple to get into a position where it was just a couple of repeating button presses. Let me just line up the skills accordingly, so all I have to do is each turn down A, down. on PlayStation 2, so down X, down X, down X, and down was it. Plus, with it being turn-based, I could look away and just be watching something while I was doing it. This game, no, you're not allowed to do that, because of our bastardization hybrid. Is it real-time? Is it turn-based? It's neither, and it is worse than both. Alright, and this one here, this Orobon. And then that's a full circuit of this area. And we'll take a look at how much CP we've got from just the one circuit after this. Because Fang was at 0, so we'll be able to take a look at Fang and see how she's doing. To get an actual accumulating number.
The old man still got it.
So one circuit, 15,540. Not bad. Not enough to finish what Fang has. And then what you do is you run over to the entrance over here. Like just run around that entrance bit, and then all of the enemies will respawn behind you. In fact, that group over there is already respawned. You just need to gain some distance, and all of the others will respawn as well. And it's just a quick circuit. Also, this is where the chocobos are. While I was grinding, I set it up so I can ride the chocobos. The chocobo I see. Alright, there should be a tutorial for this in the data log, I don't remember. And no. That's not helpful. Ah, here it is, chocobos. Right, okay. Because this is actually the first time I've seen this pop up. You look in the direction of this? Why does this have such a wide range? Hey, Teak. Alright, no, I don't care about this anymore. To be fair, this is also one of the first times chocobos actually appeared like this. When they appeared in FF7, it was only on the world map and in Choco Racing when everybody was scaled down. FF8 was on the world map where, again, everybody was kind of scaled down. Yeah, what it even looked like at the time. There were Chocobos in 10 Choco Race, but I don't remember how they look. Hey, Sina, Clem, how you guys doing? Also, I think this is probably the worst version of the Chocobo theme I've ever heard. Oh hey, it's a cacto. Get off this. Where's the nearest chocobo for me? Over there, I think. It's going, Clem. I'm not fond of the bits that hang down the side, but that is specifically a Gran Pulse chocobo thing. Plumage less than 10. It's been a while since I've done 10. I've said a few times the like when the remaster came out for 10, I intended to do it.
Keep a cool head.
And then go into 10.2, and that was like 2013, and I still haven't. So it's been longer than that since I last played 10.
Don't give up.
I think the only chocobos in 14 that are comparable. I think the only chocobos in 14 that are comparable in size to that are the ones that are meant to seat 2 people.
Thanks.
The last character I didn't give me this much trouble. Oh, this isn't a normal character, sure. It said Captor Prime. Alright, I don't like this enemy.
Steady now.
Thanks.
He's constantly doing mute and an ability that stops you from attacking. What the fuck is that shit?
Don't give up.
No, dude, just kill me. I'm over this. We're leaving. Because Final Fantasy XIII, in its infinite wisdom, doesn't give you the option to run from battles. Why did that just look like a cactus? Yeah, it doesn't look any different from the other cactus I dealt with. There should be a chocobo over there. Which we can ride across Gran Pulse to here-ish? Or, where is the teleport? Where am I? I'm here. There. We can take the teleport point to start. I said previously that one of the problems with getting out of this area, and why you need to grind for it, is that there's 2 King Behemoths fighting. I was wrong, it's not 2 King Behemoths, it's a King Behemoth and a giant one of those things. Doesn't really make much difference, honestly, it's a pain in the ass fight. Fortunately, there's a XIII stone behind there that you can set up. And once you do the missions for any XIII waystone, you can teleport to them from any other XIII waystone. And there's the problem. That fight is a pain to deal with. But we're past it now, so let's just get out of here.
There's a way through here!
You guys have missed a couple of little story scenes that happen that seem entirely inconsequential and are just set for character building, but don't really contribute enough to anyone's character at this point to really work as character building. There's just a cutscene where somebody says something and nothing really matters. That's happened, I think, 3 times. Apparently, there's also frame rate issues. Yeah.
This does not bode well.
Except last time, the frame rate issues were while we were out on the open field. That was a corridor. What the hell? Anyway, let's just get through this.
Might be a little hard to see where we're going. We'll get there.
I very much doubt this game is actually going to deliberately throw darkness at me. One thing I'm definitely not fond of with 13 is how it gets to a point where the game starts to expect you to, in pretty much every fight, do a full round of books. Which is crazy for standard fights. How's everyone doing? There's some people in here today. How is everybody doing? Yeah, I've not played Octopath Traveler, but I can imagine that gets really tedious. And when you put it like that to mini puzzle battle, it brings up one of the more common complaints I hear about Skyward Sword, which I never finished. Yeah. But how every fight would essentially... If it prevents staggering of enemies, then I'm not going to use it. Fucking dumb. But essentially, because of the way the motion controls worked and how the combat was made to work with that, every single fight became some kind of puzzle in Skyward Sword, and I know people weren't happy about that. It's good to be rested. I hope you're not going to be too busy. You planning on doing more System Shock tonight, or are you going to do a show off of the Dreamcast? Now are you enjoying the Dreamcast? Have you had a chance to sit down and really play it for yourself? It sounds like past time for meetings. It's like, hey, is the meeting at any time past 5? Yeah, well, I'm that's how I feel you should be. I don't care if you work from like 5 till 1. That's how meetings should be. Past 5.
How about some of this?
City council meeting, jeez. Even more so then, yeah. got over here? So the whole mission structure. How is the single player on Phantasy Star Online? I've got Phantasy Star Online Plus, episodes 1 and 2 Plus on GameCube, and I've never really spent any time on it.
Taking the scenic route or what?
Fuck it. But the mission structure in this is, considering it's supposed to be what really gets the proper value in this game once you hit a certain point, and you're supposed to mix up the grinding that you really need to do. The missions leave a lot to be desired. No, that's fair enough. I might look into it, because I know there's Phantasy Star Online episode 1 and 2 on GameCube. But that's missing a lot of stuff that was only ever distributed online in that version. But Phantasy Star Online episode 1 and 2 Plus on GameCube is supposed to have like all of it, but it's way rarer. Like all the stuff that was only previously distributed online, available in single player offline form. That sounds kind of neat. Something I'll check out eventually. I gotta say, as somebody who has absolutely no nostalgia for the Dreamcast is really cool stuff. That's some great stuff. And honestly, as a modern day gamer with modern day TV,
Wisdom does come with it.
as a gamer with a modern day TV, the VGA output once you're able to hook that up is so nice. None of this blurriness that comes from 480i display that has to be de-interlaced and then upscaled. The 480p is much cleaner, and it's so nice. You're gonna pick yourself up a Dreamcast keyboard, bust out some like typing in your bed. They should put typing in the dead in schools. That's not even a case of me being joking or anything. Typing in the Dead is legitimately one of the best typing shooters I've ever seen. There we go, finally gets backstab. Yeah, there isn't. I said I've typed in the Dead Overkill on Steam, and it's really awkward because it doesn't work with my graphics card. It only works with the integrated graphics of my system, the Intel integrated graphics, not with my NVIDIA graphics card, which is really weird.
We gotta win this!
Isn't Sega Bass Fishing part of the Dreamcast collection?
Just getting started.
We gotta win this! We gotta win this!
Yeah. I know it was on Xbox 360. What was that? Space Channel 5 Part 2, Sega Bass Fishing, Sonic Adventure, and I think Crazy Taxi? Though honestly, at this point, I don't want to play Crazy Taxi on anything that isn't one of its original systems. Because Crazy Taxi doesn't feel right without the product placement.
Thanks.
Or the soundtrack by The Offspring, which I think they removed in the HD releases. Oh, good at next. Oh, this is going to be a fight that lasts a while, isn't it? You know, is this weak to electricity? Probably is. Machine enemies are usually that. This isn't going anywhere.
Change of plan.
Yeah, that DC HDMI you've got looks really nice. I'd love to look into that at some point for myself. I say that, but I've looked into it before. I'll look into it again, see the price, and be like, you know what, my current self's fine. That's exactly what I have.
Time for another approach.
Okay, so that's all normal. Have it. No, I don't.
Change of plan. Just getting started.
Oh no, I understand that. The price was absurd. It's like, yeah, fantastic purchase.
We gotta win this! Back off!
I couldn't justify that. At the end of the day, it's not about justifying to anybody else, it's about justifying to yourself. And I hope you enjoy it. I hope you have a lot of fun with it.
Win this!
Wish other systems were as simple to sell like that as the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast has the wonderful quality of VGA output being available from the start. So many of the games support 6.148. PS2 and GameCube, so many of the games don't support 4.2 because the component cables are such a bitch. Apparently Sony discouraged games that were developed for PS2 to use 480p. Sony discouraged that. The 480p mode using the component cables is apparently mostly intended for DVDs.
You'll make it.
And so you end up with a case of no matter what you do with it, whatever kind of video solution you get, you're always going to be mostly getting 480i out of it.
Keep the enemy off balance.
That's the case.
Time for another approach.
point of when I actually do start upgrading some like video options, I do need to pick up a retro sync. Just do the line doubling, should really help. Biggest problem with, especially PS2, anything that supports progressive scan. 9 times out of 10, if it supports 480p, where for it, you end up having to look up a list that may not actually be complete.
Keep the enemy
You have
off
to look up a
balance.
list that may not even be complete and see if the game you're after playing supports it. And then 9 times out of 10,
Change your plan.
when it does support it, what it wants you to do is when you start the game up, hold triangle and X. And then it gives you the option of using 480p, which is honestly the dumbest setup I've ever seen for that kind of thing. Meanwhile, the GameCube, if the system detects that you're using component cables through the digital out, the game supports 480p. It'll ask at the start, do you want to use progressive scan? Progressive scan, do you want to use it? Progressive. This game is fantastic. I think Mario Sunshine supports it. That's really nice. I'm sure Mario Sunshine supports it. I was checking a look at that recently. I found a ROM hack of it that seemed really interesting. I started over, it was like, hey, you want to do progressive scan? I was like, oh yeah, no, cool. At least it gives me a decent amount of experience.
Keep the enemy off balance.
I'll tell you the main thing though, like, pick up retro sync, the main thing I want to use it for will be PS2 and N64. Especially N64. The best possible option for the N64, nice. Outside of getting an Ultra HDMI mod, which that's probably never going to happen. I said I could probably work the money up for an Ultra HDMI mod, but I will never be able to justify the price. Myself. Well, unless I start making a living off that shit, then I could justify that. Come on, you're almost there. There it is. $3,900 for that? That was not worth it. This better be good. damn inactive Seath Stone. Actually, that'd be an interesting topic to run us through while we're running through these codes. Dream video game purchases. Does anybody have anything they would love to be able to buy, game or game related, that they can't justify the price of? And I'll be honest, I'm expecting to see somebody put Fire Emblem Path of Radiance down there. Fuck it, I'll put Path of Radiance down there. Alright, if I could... Absolutely ridiculous.
Easy.
What RE2 discs, Teak? We're talking like RE2 trial disc? Get yourself that demo? All of them. That includes like every version on PlayStation? Is it 2 versions on PlayStation? Unless you like to get like every region, but every region's a bit much. Unless you're going to pick up the Japanese copy. Just various versions. PS1 probably goes quite a bit now, actually, thinking about it. I actually do have my physical copy of RE2 up on the shelf. The original release, pre-DualShock. Got that Virgin Interactive logo because Virgin were the ones who distributed it in Europe. I think that's a big part of the reason why it took them so long to put RE2 and RE3 out in Europe on the PSN. Like, the US had them for years, and we didn't get them until way later for some reason. And I think it was because of the Virgin Interactive distribution. Really? Because I've seen both over here for cheaper. I think over here, the only GameCube version that tends to go for quite a bit is Code Veronica. The Code Veronica, I don't think goes for more than £30. Dreamcast, I think I saw Dreamcast for like £40. Ah, shit. Oh god, they've been buffed.
Target's a target.
We gotta win this!
That's another case of a completely different market in Europe compared to the US. Do not interrupt my raids.
Back off!
Thank you.
I first noticed that with Haunting Ground. Haunting Ground goes for way more in the US than it does over here.
Back off!
I don't know what the current price of it is over here, but Haunting Ground for a long time,
Back off!
you could pick it up brand new, fully sealed for like £20 over here. In the US, used copy would go for like $70.
You gotta win this! You gotta win this!
Different market around that kind of thing can be crazy. But then I've actually taken advantage of some stuff that I have myself in the opposite leg. Like Chrono Trigger on the BS. It was cheaper for me to buy a sealed copy of Chrono Trigger on BS and import it from the US than it was for me to buy a used UK copy. And Bane said the same. Bane said his copy was from the US because it was cheaper.
Back off! Back off! Back off!
And of course there's my Devil's Summoners on PS2, which are both sealed imports.
Time for another
Which cost me less than it would have cost to buy a UK copy of This dickhead's summoning more, I knew it.
Change of plan. Keep the enemy off balance. You'll make it.
Back off! Say goodbye.
Another person. Change of plan.
Okay, so we know what to do in the future when we come up against those guys. Anyway.
A Gran Pulse Fal'Cie made this path.
Yep. I bet it's off digging more tunnels right now.
They seem different from all the Fal'Cie we've seen on Cocoon, you know? It's like they just plow through, without caring what happens around them.
That's true. Then again, we were able to build our village on land cleared by Fal'Cie. We lived alongside them, just like you do on Cocoon.
Yeah, it seems like the difference is they don't control.
This is just
what
like
you do
Cocoon.
on Cocoon.
In a world this big, who knows what we'll find?
It's amazing how the game every now and then brings up these names of areas that we're in, and at no point do I ever feel like I care. Which isn't me being callous, I just don't really care when it says, oh yeah, this is the name of this area, you've entered a new area. Which I feel like is a failing of the game. There's not even a slight hint of, oh cool, that's the name of this area, that's pretty neat. It's all just, no, I don't care. Does anybody else have any expensive video game purchases they'd love to make but can't?
That's how it's done.
Let's keep going. Preemptive strike. I think that works out. Yeah, I would like to pick up a copy of Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. Probably not going to happen until Nintendo eventually decides to re-release it at full price. If they do re-release it at full price, they should include Radiant Dawn with it. But this is Nintendo doing what others don't because they can get away with it.
New strategy.
Wisdom does come with age.
It's amazing how we spend a little bit of time in Gran Pulse, and then, like, immediately afterwards we just go back to the story, and it feels like absolutely nothing's changed. Honestly, Teak, I would... just because it's the original version. I'd say check out either Shadow Dragon or the remake for Super Famicom. Which, in my opinion, is what Nintendo should have put out for Fire Emblem. Well, yeah, no, it's really cool to be able to check out the original Fire Emblem. But also, the original Fire Emblem is the original turn-based tactical game of that style. And as a result, yeah, it's really aged, and even fans of the genre probably aren't going to really be into playing it. Meanwhile, at least the Super Famicom version had a little extra. It looked nice for one. Plus, here's the fun thing about the Super Famicom remake of the original Fire Emblem. The remake is half. The original game is half of the remake. The rest of the remake is a sequel to the original game, which I think is really cool.
So, guys, heads up. Whoa! Look at that thing. Let me guess. That's a fal'C?
Yep. Busy carving out new tunnels.
Making roads where roads ain't meant to go, huh? It kind of sounds like us. All right, roly-poly. Let's hit your ride on that thing.
Now you're thinking Gran Pulse style.
Sounds like a really stupid idea, and I feel like this is just going to end up in boss battle, and then nothing's really accomplished, and we just jump on the thing without properly dealing with it in any way. Yeah, Shadow Dragon isn't a bad way of playing the original, especially if you gonna take into account everything about it. One of the biggest criticisms of Shadow Dragon was that it was too faithful to the original game. And as a result, it didn't have any of the stuff that was introduced in games after it. Like, I don't think it had the triangle weapon system, or support conversations, or anything like that. It also looked kind of, like, graphically, it was really dull. Anything over there? I don't mean that graphically it looked bad, I mean its graphics, its entire interface and presentation, the art style was really just kind of the GBA Fire Emblem games looked bad.
Nothing like a little white noise.
Oh, that's also a point. Shadow Dragon. I don't remember if this is in other versions of the original, but Shadow Dragon will make you kill off your own characters every chapter to make room in the party. Yeah, when they remade it again for the DS, they split the remake into two pieces. A New Mystery of the Emblem wasn't released outside Japan. Interesting point, New Mystery of the Emblem, the Japan-only DS remake of the second half of Mystery of the Emblem, the Super Famicom remake of the original, was the first game to have the character created custom avatar, which would later go on to be responsible for Robin, Horin, and Violet. Like, you existed as a character in previous games, like Fire Emblem Blazing Sword, which was just released in the West as Fire Emblem on GBA. You exist as a character in that. You're the tactician, who the characters will regularly talk to. But you don't exist on the battlefield, and you are never given any kind of representation beyond a generic sprite on the overworld map, occasionally before battles. Then New Mystery of the Emblem had like a full character created, a character customization for an avatar who would partake in battles, which was later expanded with Robin in Battle Relations. So that can be cool to see. The biggest problem with playing the Super Famicom version, Mystery of the Emblem, is I don't know if that has a full fan translation. I think one of the Super Famicom games has a full fan translation, and I cannot remember which one it is. My gut says that it's Mystery of the Emblem, but I can't be sure. I know New Mystery of the Emblem has a full fan translation, Like I said, I think only one of the Super Famicom ones has a full translation. The other two are only partially translated. I feel like it's probably Mystery the Emblem that is fully fan-translated. Because the one that I was actually interested in playing on Super Famicom was Genealogy of the Holy War. And it not being fully translated would be a good reason why I haven't actually played it.
We gotta win this! Back off!
Are you intending to do a Fire Emblem run, too? That'd be interesting to see. But I imagine with everything you're doing at the minute, the idea would be a long way off. And potentially infuriating. That permadeath can be so frustrating. I'm down for seeing that too. I've debated doing a couple of Fire Emblem games myself, but there's just my whole concern with me not really being that big with turn-based tactical RPGs. I've mentioned the idea before of doing Final Fantasy Tactics. But Fire Emblem has crossed my mind as well. It's like, which Fire Emblem would I do? That doesn't really matter a whole lot. It would either be Blazing Blade, the game that was released as just Fire Emblem on Game Boy Advance, or it would be Path of Radiance. So ultimately, the specific game doesn't really matter too much. But I'm just concerned with my lack of confidence in actually doing a turn-based tactical RPG.
These flowers! You remember them, right?
Yeah, sure I do. They grew all over Airba.
We can't be far now.
It's my fault Gran Pulse ended up like this, isn't it?
What?
I remember everything. I became Ragnarok. I scarred Cocoon. And I left Gran Pulse in this mess. It was me.
What are you talking about?
It all came back to me. Everything that happened with iFocus. All of it.
You're lying.
No, it's the truth. It's all my fault.
Don't say that!
Okay, so now, with what feels like a really flimsy justification, we're finally gonna get Vanille's Eindhoven. Like, this feels really flimsy. But she's the only one who doesn't have one yet.
Ha! I knew I was right.
And we're getting close to the end, so...
We're lying.
No more than you were. Admit it. You remember everything.
It wasn't your fault.
Vanille, we should talk about this later.
Right, I'm gonna have to set them the paradigms again. Why are only 2 of them here? Did they run away from the rest of the group without the game ever showing that? My biggest concern with it is primarily the possibility of permadeath, which Fire Emblem and Final Fantasy Tactics both have. Which leads to a concern of I could go into it and push forward. I could go into it and push forward and end up in a dead game, and that's one of my biggest concerns with doing anything on stream. The possibility of a dead game.
I'm not all smiles and sunshine. No time to panic. I can take it. Oh yeah. Why you?
Well, that's the problem. Like, what if
Oh,
we
yeah.
are 4 battles onward, and I moved on after losing somebody because I didn't want the stream to get caught up in redoing this one battle over and over. Fuck's sake.
I'm not all smiles and sunshine.
Bring it on!
Rotating saves would definitely be a necessity.
Hey!
So I've done everything that this has said that I need to do. Debuffs, healing, and now a massive chain bonus. And I feel like I'm not going to have this done in time. Yeah. Which can be fine for playing it, but for streaming it, I feel is a completely different
Bring it on!
thing.
Appreciate it!
Why you? Better be careful.
Appreciate it!
No choice, I guess.
I absolutely hate these
No
fights.
time to panic. Oh yeah. Hey. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna get a game over here. But I've been doing everything it said. There you go.
What
I
went
hate
wrong?
these Idolin fights, they're so stupid.
Need a breather?
I feel recharged already.
I'm glad when this one is done, because this is the last one. Then everybody's got what they need.
You're gonna squirm!
Oh, thanks for not doing anything there, Fang. You're a credit to the team.
No choice, I guess. Why you? Hey!
Why would you do 2 Curas when Curagia costs the same and heals more?
I can take it. Oh, yeah?
Give it your best shot.
No time to panic.
You're gonna squirm!
Yeah, at some point I'll get around to doing one of them. Maybe I'll do Tactics Advance. Maybe I'll just do War of Lions, I don't know.
You're gonna squirm!
No choice, I guess. Better be careful.
Shield!
On.
Not keeping me down.
Shield! You're gonna squirm! Shield!
The Tactics Advance has a
No
surprisingly
time to panic.
mature storyline. Like, people put off by it for seeming childish, for fuck's sake. People are put off by it for seeming childish, but then it actually has a pretty mature idea.
You're gonna squirm!
That sounded pretty interesting.
I'm not all smiles and sunshine. Better be careful. What went wrong?
Well, an interesting idea that isn't explored that often. Honestly, these Eidolon fights are garbage.
Need a breather?
Just another bad idea in Final Fantasy XIII's pile of bad ideas.
Take this! I'm not all smiles and sunshine. Take this! No choice, I guess.
This will be quick. Give it your best shot.
I think there's something to be said for mature thoughts and ideas filtered through a lens of child friendliness, I guess.
Take this!
think it's one of the things that really helps make stuff like Batman the Animated, like the entire DC Animated Universe in general, along with stuff like Avatar The Last Airbender and Legend of Korra. I think it's one of the big things that helps those become some of the best cartoons there is. Okay, so I think the key, looking at this, is just keep spamming debuffs, even if the debuffs are already active. Because it looks like that's filling the meter up more than anything else. This fight is done. Alright, here we go. I don't know what that's supposed to be.
All right.
That's not a vehicle, that's a gun turret.
I knew something was off. You've been shying away from our focus ever since we woke up on Cocoon. I couldn't figure it out, but then it all made sense after hearing that story from Rains. You already knew. You knew Ragnarok was the name of destruction.
It wasn't fair. You had to do all the horrible stuff. And I didn't have to do anything.
That is no reason to lie to me. You think that's what I want? You of all people!
Pretty sure at this point you've taken worse than a
Poor
punch to the
kid.
face from Fang.
You've had it rough.
Fang.
Listen, you're not alone anymore.
I'm so sorry.
Keep that up and you'll have me crying soon. We have a new family now. We stick together, you hear me?
Thanks, Teak. I was into the idea of Fang punching Vanille, and I was expecting the game to change my paradigms, which they didn't, which is nice. But they did change my active paradigm. And then I was like, I'm gonna save so I never have to do that again. The last Eidolon fight. Now everybody has an Eidolon, and I don't have to deal with any of this anymore. I think it's more a case of Fang will probably punch anybody who isn't Vanille. I feel like Fang could punch lightning, and she'd probably punch Square. But I don't think she'd punch Vanille because of the whole big sister thing. I was going to make a joke about this being a PG rate stream, but it's really not. Try not to swear. we're doing. Everybody's getting a bunch of CP that we can use to push those levels up a little more when we expand the Crystarium again.
Look sharp.
Burn through that CP really quickly, I bet you. There we go. I think it's going to be a while after we finish this before we do 13-2. Mostly just because I don't want to do any more of this. So here's something I noticed today, while we're not really doing anything, might as well bring this up. Today I noticed that when I get achievements on Xbox One, for some reason it pops up on my computer.
To the victor go the spoils.
I only just noticed it today. It's probably not something that started today, but I've not gotten achievements on an actual Xbox One game in a while. Because I haven't played an actual Xbox One game in a while. That's kind of irritating, and I couldn't find a way to turn it off from my computer. Let me see. Okay, so this is the way forward to check out the other paths.
What's that thing run on anyway? I gotta get some.
Oh great, another one of these. That thing noticed me? Would it be worth it to set to solve? I think my biggest problem with grinding in this game was really just how long some fights could potentially last.
Thanks.
Best thing a video game can do when it
Don't give
introduces
up.
grinding
Thank you.
is have a quick battle system.
Steady now.
Less painful.
Here.
Anytime.
Just like in and out. Super quick, fun. Final Fantasy VI does that pretty well. 7 isn't too bad about it. Hell, the longest thing about 7's battles after a certain point when you're grinding is the intro to those battles, because the game has to load and does the camera spin and everything.
New strategy.
I think the best game for battle speed like that is actually Persona 5. but I think Persona 5 gets the benefit because it doesn't have a traditional menu system. It has different options for battle on different buttons. So instead of navigating the menu, you press a different button for each thing, and it works really well. And once you get used to it and know where everything is, the battles become a lot quicker, and it's really cool. Final Fantasy XIII, battles can just take so long.
You asked for it.
And it gets really tedious. I got caught up there. I was going to say tedious or tiresome, and didn't decide on which one I was going to say by the time I got to the words that came out. Tedious. And then you've got enemies like this. It's like, let's take a look at everything. It has 1.5 million hit points. Regular attacks do half damage on it, so we have to keep with the Ravager to keep doing decent damage. And what is gained from that? Especially in... It's not a difficult fight. It's just dull.
Keep a cool head.
So what's the point?
Thanks.
And to waste my time isn't a good answer.
New strategy.
Try that on me.
Come on.
Thanks.
Thanks. Anytime.
I want to make the point here as well that I am not actually moving the camera is moving it itself. I can move the camera, I haven't been.
Keep a cool head.
No.
I also got really sick of enemies doing that shit. Which was a real problem with King Behemoth. Because at any given moment, once a King Behemoth had stood up, it could turn around and decide to end the fight with an ability called Sunder, which was guaranteed to kill the character it hit, unless that character was a sentinel. which, you know, is just so much fun. But we know from the previous fight with one of those things that it is not worth the CP it takes to take. It's not worth the CP you get to take it down. Well, let's just ignore it. Oh, that was irritating.
Thanks.
Yeah. Like we've seen previously like the limits of just how far this battle design can go, and during the grinding session it became incredibly obvious. But this game isn't really built for its own battle system. Especially the issue of the main character dying in game over. When you can't control the characters where they stand, far too many attacks will hit more than one character close enough. That kind of thing. Way too many times during the grinding session I noticed that I'd have Snow in Sentinel to take the attacks, and Lightning would be a medic to heal up everybody. And for some reason, Lightning would just go right next to Snow. Which sounds like the stupidest idea. It's really a case of, okay, so here's the character meant to be taken, here's your tank. And the healer is stood next to him, and in some cases, between him and the enemy. And it was infuriating, and there was nothing I could do about it. I hope 13.2 really fixes some of those problems. You know what, I think I've realised what the problem with naming the areas is. I think it's that the names don't mean anything, because you never explore. You never get to properly explore in this game. And when you do get to explore with Gran Pulse, none of it matters. Because all it really exists as is binding area. So the names of the different areas there means absolutely nothing. And even then, while those areas have unique names, they don't bring them up in the same way they did with that name I commented on previously. You have to check the map for them. God, I hope we're almost there.
How about some of this?
Yeah, that's a good way of putting forward one of the complaints I had earlier. The way of, like, for a long time the game didn't really even have a talk button, because there was no one to really talk to. You'd run past NPCs, and they'd just comment as you ran past, with no actual option to talk to them. There's no interaction with anybody outside of the party. For the most part. There's so much of the game with the party just talking amongst themselves. And for a large part, there's not really even any interactions or response to anything other characters do. We're not given a clear face to root against for so long. Exactly. Just empty areas full of monsters. And like, there's no clear villain for so long. It's like we're in chapter 11 now of 13, and chapter 10 revealed to us a main villain in Bartenders. Like 25 hours in. Less than that, maybe 22, I don't know. But the point is, like, you go so long without even a main villain. Yeah. You Final Fantasy VII, you go to areas, you meet different characters, your characters will comment on the different characters and situations they come across, and it means something. The environment itself matters because it dictates response, along with the characters that you interact with. Final Fantasy XIII, the environments never matter. Talk about the problem of linearity. And the question of why does Final Fantasy X get away with it when 13 doesn't? And there's various reasons. Interactivity is a big part of it. Not interacting with the environments, the characters interacting with other characters. Other things, stuff going on. Things that matter. And in a lot of ways, Final Fantasy XIII is trying to redo Final Fantasy X. Except it's a pilgrimage without a purpose.
No way through. Man, that foul C must have been slacking.
Wait! Stop already!
Ugh, it's the vile peaks all over again.
Hey!
Hope! Get out of there!
You don't go to any temples. You just go to various different locations that mean absolutely nothing.
Is he trying to stop it? You can do it!
What are they doing?
Ooh, well that was cool. Go robot guys.
Good lesson for us. Not even a mighty foul C is a match for the power of teamwork. That is inspiration right there.
This is Sesame Street.
Save the sermons, old man. Let's hop on Trailblazer here, while we still have the chance.
Come on.
There's also stuff like this. Oh, this is a Tomos. The way this game keeps peppering references to previous games all over the place. In completely pointless ways that mean absolutely nothing. Hopefully so you'll forget just how meaningless and empty the entire thing is. We're already off the spinning ball transport monster thing. You can take care of yourself, Claire. Make yourself a good night. We'll catch you another time. But all the Fal'Cie are named after summons or occasionally monsters. In fact, let's get the list of Fal'Cie up. Orphan's new, Bartandalus is new, but all of these are previously existing summons. But maybe Dahaka? That doesn't ring a bell. It could be. And you've got stuff like Alan Poland and is that a vehicle? The Palmacia and the Lindblom. It's like, oh yeah, no, cool references to other games in place of any actual substance. Hey, remember the games that were actually better than this? Hopefully you'll think about those games while playing this and it'll distract you from the fact that there's absolutely nothing going on and you've been walking down a corridor for over 30 hours.
What you doing?
I was talking to Sarah. Just telling her that we're all gonna be okay.
It's so pretty. Sarah, you'd been crying, hadn't you? Back when we first met? This place was beautiful, and my focus was to destroy it. I decided to do nothing, and wait to become a sea. But because I did nothing, others got dragged into this nightmare, and I was the one to blame.
How's the scrape?
Huh? Fine. Much better, thanks to you. Oh, sure you don't mind. I mean, I'm not keeping you from anything, am I?
I feel like I've lost all the goodwill I had towards this game now.
Don't worry. I could
The
say
benefit
it
of
for
the
hours.
doubt, the trying to see the good in it. I just don't care anymore.
Hey, Sarah. Do you think we'll meet again?
We might. Sure.
See, the thing is, I was chasing after someone. And there's something I really need to apologize for. But I just can't ever find the words.
Gee, that's gotta be tough, huh?
Yes. I even have nightmares about it.
Well, if it's too much to deal with, face it later.
That's terrible advice.
Really?
Sometimes things seem easier when you look at them from a distance, you know?
And sometimes you make mountains out of
that really
molehills, and dealing with things sooner makes you realise just how foolish it was to be so
Good
anxious
question.
and afraid over all of it.
I'll let you know. Actually, I've been trying to keep something at a distance myself lately.
Like what?
Don't laugh, okay? It's a dream I had. A bad one. I dreamt I destroyed the world. It was terrifying. I needed some time alone. It had me so scared.
It's amazing
I tried to run
that
away.
Sarah's talking about this, and they're showing us this
But then,
this late into the
my
game,
boyfriend,
and
he
they've
kept
given
chasing
us
after me.
no reason to give a damn
That's what I
about what Sarah's
understood.
dreaming.
Running away and leaving behind the people you care about?
Do
Is
dreams
this
mean
enough?
anything? Are they
Or you might
prophetic?
just want to keep them safe. Shutting them out of your life only hurts them more.
Is it the display of a Lassie's
Point is,
focus?
I have
No, as far as
people I
we
can
know,
count
dreams
on.
mean absolutely nothing.
I'll make it
So
through.
learning that Sarah had a dream
I
and
think
that
you'll be
drove her
fine.
into what her despair was
And you
previously
will be too.
just sounds really
You'll find the
stupid now.
words. I'm sure of it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What else can I say? I'm not the one you should be asking, Vanille. You'll know what to say when you find your friend. You'll see.
You mean you met Sarah?
I tried to hide our focus, and she ended up a Lassie. I wanted to say I was sorry, but
Well, when we rescue her, maybe you'll get the chance.
yeah, I hope so.
Come on.
I think Sarah saw the same vision of Ragnarok that we did. Which means Daisley had to be lying when he explained her focus. I think she beat it. She handed Cocoon over to us, and that's what made her turn to Crystal.
Yep. I know.
I love it when the game stops for completely inconsequential shit like that. It's like, let's think of a game that does that kind of idea better. And the first thing that comes to mind for me is the Tales games, with the skips that build up character development and are often far more interesting despite usually not meaning anything story-wise. And then you have to ask the question of, what do the skits do right that the main story of this game does wrong? Is it that they're optional? Is it that they're better written with characters that you haven't grown tired of? Who knows? Somebody with a deeper critical understanding probably knows. Yeah, the active time events are an interesting point. But the active time events are a little different because they generally work on characters who are outside the party. But they do include characters that are part of the main party, just separate from the characters you're controlling. No, it is actually a good point there,
Not quite
Chancey.
what I had in mind, but okay.
Yeah, it's not. It's a good comparison. Good comparison. So what's the difference? What makes that better than this? Is it the optional nature of them? Or is it just that they're better written and you actually don't hate the characters? Is it the gameplay's more interesting, you're not just tired of the entire experience?
Thanks.
I wonder. Well, these aren't rhetorical questions. If you have a possible answer, like, let me know. I'm interested in hearing your opinions.
Change of plan. Target's a target. Time for another approach.
There we go. I don't know, I feel way more down on this now than I have previously. And maybe it is because of all the grinding. I don't know, I mean, we did more grinding for Digital Devil Saga 2. And when we came back to play more of that game, I was interested in what was going on. What do you mean by better pace, Chanson? Better spaced apart? I mean, you could argue one thing this has over the skits in the Tales games is that these are actually animated. The skits are just the portraits talk to each other. If anything, this should be more interesting, and it isn't. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, you can't be better. Like, the spaced apart better.
Keep the enemy off balance.
Back off!
I don't know.
We gotta win this! We gotta win this! Give him hell!
Maybe because the skits can often be about inconsequential things as well as serious points, it helps the characters feel more rounded. Like, characters will discuss like plot revelations they've just experienced, or they'll discuss like, hey, you've been snoring in your sleep and I'd like you to stop. And it can, like, maybe it just makes the character feel more rounded and more like people, more interesting for that. I don't know.
Just another battle.
You see it revolve around the MC, which brings up a question of, like, is there a main character in this? You could say Lightning, but Lightning, you could argue, only really falls under that definition for the same reason Terra falls under the definition in Final Fantasy VI, just because they're the ones that Square has said are the main character.
Back off!
Like, you could argue Snow is as much of a main character in this as Lightning is. Alright, go. interesting thought, Chanson. And having gone through FF6 recently, I'm always more interested in everything with FF6, especially character. I think FF6 is a
ready for the
weird
next fight.
success in that way, that every character feels interesting. None of them really feel like a load or a drag. Like, none of the ones that are mandatory, anyway. Like, splitting on the party path doesn't feel tedious. I compare that with the thing earlier where Hope and Lightning split up, and Hope and Lightning split off from Vanille and Zaz. And whenever we moved from one to the other, it was always like, oh great, now we're gonna have to deal with different party dynamics, and I don't really care about the story. Whereas in Final Fantasy VI, it's like, oh, the party gets split up in the river, and the story is handled way better than you would think. Terra, Edgar, and Bannon go on to now. Sabin falls into the river and ends up... He doesn't end up on the Veldt, he ends up near Doma and meets Cyan, and there's the whole issue with Doma Camp and the Phantom Train, which is pretty interesting, and Locke goes to South Figaro and meets Sellers, and again is more interesting. It's like, why does that get it right when 13 doesn't? Is it environments? Is it a sense of your own agency?
Say goodbye.
As if you have control of any of it? Is that the difference? Would 13's story be more acceptable if its gameplay felt less constricted? It's an interesting question. They've said previously that JRPG tends to live or die on its battle system, because the battle system is what you're going to spend the majority of the game doing. A bad battle system can ruin a good story, because you'll be spending more time in the battle system than you will engage in the story. But with the gameplay in this basically being always run down corridors, getting into fights where all you do is mash X if you're on PlayStation, A if you're on Xbox, to let the battle be done for you, occasionally switching up paradigms. And it's not an interesting gameplay system. And is that the problem? Is that why there's no real interest in 13's story?
Hey, Sarah. What dreams are you having up there?
Will you look at that view? I say we set up camp right here tonight.
How's Sarah?
Same as we left her. Feels so far away now. Sarah says she wants to talk.
I mean, if that was the case,
she'd probably prefer it if you skipped the lectures.
Like, that has to be a personal thought on mine.
Hey!
Once we're home, what's your plan? You're getting married, right?
What's that?
Sarah wants to know.
Don't scare me like that.
You are getting married, aren't you? Don't you let her down, you hear me?
Don't worry. This tear will be her last. I'll make sure of that.
That's all I need to know.
We will see her, right?
It's a personal problem. I
Don't
wouldn't
go
expect
there.
to find anything.
No room for
Anything
doubt.
else.
You're right.
We'll see her again. And soon. You convinced me of that. So stay strong.
Don't worry. We'll finish this
Nah.
and go see her together.
Well, I have no idea where that cutscene took place because we're right where we left off. I don't know. It sounds like a personal issue I have with the game rather than something that could apply to everybody. I still think it's weird that Snow's even carrying that thing around. You know that's not actually Sarah, right? That's just a piece of crystal that broke off from her crystallized body. Like, not even actual piece of her body, just an extra piece of crystal that grew out when her body turned to crystal. Yeah, no, Sarah's really bland. Oh, would you look at that? Like, one of the only things I remember about Gran Pulse, because it was one of the only distinctive things. And probably classed as aggravated assault.
We get through there, and we'll be in Aber.
You're almost home.
Yep.
So I've said before that
It doesn't exactly
Final
look
Fantasy
like it's gonna
XIII
be a
feels
leisurely
like a
stroll.
dungeon crawler in the way that it constantly goes forward.
A Fal'Cie!
Constantly goes forward
Oh.
like that.
So we just head through this Foul Seas lair to get to Airbow, right?
What's another Fal'Cie at this point, huh?
Like, because there's no downtime, there's no towns or anything. It's all just go through run through areas filled
Time's a
with
wasting.
monsters. It feels like a dungeon crawler. So it's kind of weird that the only place in the game that really feels like a dungeon is this tower. Yeah, the tower. You know, I should do Lost Odyssey soon after I finish this, so that this is still fresh in our memories to compare with. A lot of Japanese developers had issues keeping up and adapting their properties to the HD generation, which is especially true of a bunch of JRPG developers, and Square themselves have pretty much said it. And I think there's an interesting comparison to be made between this, Square's idea of what a HD Final Fantasy should be, and how it needs to evolve, versus what Hironobu Sakaguchi made after leaving Square, which was Lost Odyssey.
Just another battle.
Like, after leaving Square, what did the creator of Final Fantasy do? He made a traditional turn-based RPG with some minor tweaks, like the ring system, for HD consoles. And which one of them comes out feeling like a more enjoyable and interesting... That fucking thing's clicking as sound. Which of them came out feeling like a more enjoyable and interesting JRPG?
Thanks.
I think it'd be interesting to compare while this is fresh in our memories. Of course, we have to do the game that I've lined up for the vote first.
Thank you. Change of plan.
I think it could be an interesting comparison. Oh, great, more of these. And Chrono Trigger. You know, once we've done Chrono Trigger for the 200 follower reward, I might add Chrono Trigger to the redemption list so that we can set it up for other endings. Because Chrono Trigger has, I think, the original release has 11 or 12 endings. Like, set it up on the redemption list and leave it up to do another playthrough with another ending. I don't know, I think that could be an interesting idea.
Change of plan.
You should see your daddy now.
Alright. Go. Alright, what's in this? It'd be good to go through Chrono Trigger again. If I can get the DS version working well enough, like that would be the version worth going through. Here it is, the tower. And it's too early for us to quit for the day. Which means we have to at least start the tower today. That reminds me, I want to make a proper list of everything that I have for some of the redemptions. Like currently the 15,000 point redemption we have is pick a non-RPG for me to play through, and the thought of that is like just pick a game. Chances are I have it, if I don't then it's unfortunate. But if I actually put together a full list of everything I have, then that rules out any possible lack of knowledge. Any wondering, I guess.
Thanks.
It'll take a while. I don't know what Aqua is. Ganson. What is that?
Thanks. Full head.
I don't know what it is. It's on PS2, you say? Take a look. I actually don't care about what's going on in game right now. Aqua. There's not a picture of the box on that. No, that box art does not ring a bell. Wetrix 2? They made a Wetrix 2? Okay, you know what? I know what this is now. Aqua, known in Europe as Wetrix 2. And I know what Wetrix is. Basically a weird hybridization of Tetris on water. That makes no real sense gameplay-wise. I've got the original on N64.
Get there.
Well, here we are. Asian's Tower. The only point in the game that feels like an actual dungeon.
Huh? I'm not the only one hearing that, am I?
No, it couldn't be them.
Why did nobody respond hearing what?
I don't know. It's weird. Like voices in my head.
Yeah, it's crazy the stuff you can find connections with. Like that.
Your presence here draws the tyrant's gaze. Leave this place at once.
We can't leave. This is the only way for us to get through. Please, help us.
As you wish. Look for us, and the way will open.
You see what I mean by like the only place in the game that feels like a dungeon? Look at that, puzzle mechanics.
That was easy enough.
You never know. Could be a trap.
Could be. Don't see no stairs, though. Do you?
Nope. This is our ride. Bumpy or not.
And from remember rightly, you have to line up elevator tracks as you go up.
We going or what?
Oh, there are monsters here. Oh, there's an item there. Yeah, I could probably pick that up on PS2. The real issue with any puzzle game is like, can a puzzle game last the length of a stream? I mean, don't get me wrong, I could sit down and play something like Tetris for 3 hours, probably. I feel like that wouldn't be a very interesting stream to watch. And also, I would have to regularly pause to check the chat. Especially once you get to like level 12 in Tetris, that's when... And by that point, it's too fast, you have to keep your eyes on the screen. You know, I keep linking stuff about Caligula Effect 2, and maybe I should put the first one on the redemption list. Like the article I linked on the Discord today that said the Caligula Effect 2 has a Western release date, which is nice. Previously it didn't. Is that got the Caligula Effect 2 was on the Switch there? The Caligula Effect was a game I first played on Vita that had an interesting premise. Its biggest problem was its performance. It did not run that well. And then I saw that it had a PS4 and Switch release coming soon. I was like, you know what, I'll wait for this then. This looks interesting enough that I'll wait for it to go on sale, and then I'll pick it up on PS4 or Switch. And then I did. It's pretty neat. It's just another of those games that I didn't play as much as I would have liked. Cool idea though, cool idea. Alright, here we go. Why not?
Stay cool.
Alright, so if I remember rightly, like I said, the point is to get those tracks all lined up above these things
Did you see
so that
something?
you can eventually take it to the top. Like I say, it's the only point of the game that feels like an actual JRPG dungeon because of that. You got any other interesting games in mind like that, Jansen?
What's that?
No, it's only the Falcon.
Waiting for us, huh? Get back!
What's this? Some kind of trap?
God, I forgot about this shit. To continue ascending Tajin's tower, you must accept and complete missions from the 3 colossal menhirim on the tower's 2nd tier. The route to the tower's apex will remain closed until all the menhirim's tasks are done. Padding. Like, oh no, a small fire. It's not like we have any abilities that could be used to put that out. I don't care about the specifics. It's always going to be killing a monster. Just get it set up and we'll go. Alright, we'll be here when you get back, Jansen. Let's go. But we are black mages, Teak. Like, that kind of thing makes sense in a world where everybody has distinct classes. Like, we're over here just doing water attacks.
Wisdom does come with age.
Alright, there's the enemy. And then we'll do that one, and then presumably it'll take us over here so we can do... Like, this might as well be switches guarded by monsters. For all the point of it. Really do hate it that when the battery pack runs out. Final Fantasy XIII lost the game. Like, that's dumb. There are games 10 years older than this game that if the controller was disconnected, it would pause the game. Like wired controller games. Let alone a controller that requires a battery pack. That's frustrating. Just said previously, like, the battery ran out during a Ninja Gaiden 2 section, and Ninja Gaiden 2 paused the game. It's like, hey, your controller's disconnected, pauses the game. And this is like, oh, the controller's disconnected, so your party's going to go on doing what they were doing. And your character's going to stand there for a while. And you can't pause the game because your controller's disconnected. Okay, so don't use water. I mean, to be fair, water wouldn't be the first thing I'd think to use on a slime monster to begin with. Probably fire or ice. Probably ice. Okay, so don't do fire. Weakness is electricity.
Change of plan.
Did Lightning not get Thundaga yet? No, she didn't. Video games! How you doing, buddy? Grinding is currently done. Grinded a lot. It was like 12 hours worth of grinding. Everybody is currently max that they can be at the minute. It was honestly kind of tedious. Really exposed a lot of the flaws of the battle system of this game. And now we're climbing up the tower, and I'm not in the mood for this padding. Oh, look at that, it's where the next mission is. Cool. I can hear vague ideas of what could be a song, but mostly I'm just hearing Lightning's footsteps. Oh great, this one has friends. Okay, we already fought a bunch of these, so take it down as quickly as possible before it busts the others. really just want to Great, his eyes is dead.
Change of plan.
Alright, we made it. They do video games. How much? Yeah, that's fair. Hey, what's this one? Yeah, what game is that? Fair enough. The Wii U version, the extra characters are DLC, aren't they? Whereas if you get it on Xbox or PS3, those extra characters are included, as far as I'm aware. Yeah. Who is it? Yana and Kazumi?
Thank you.
Kasumi and Mojima. Right. Omija.
Keep a cool head.
Yeah. Definitely a thing of Ninja Gaiden 3 when we do it will be Razor's Edge, and I do have it on Xbox. Not sure when I'll do it. Might do it right after 2 just to get it done with. I don't know. Then I've done like the trilogy and we'll do it. I've not really done anything with Ninja Gaiden 3 beyond the demo of the original version, so it could be interesting. Alright, that's 3. We go now. Seriously, all that to put out the fire that we could have put out ourselves. I was joking when I said about putting the fire out. I didn't think that'd be what the actual point was.
Right. All right.
I'll probably play on normal for like the proper experience. I know Razor's Edge improved the difficulty over the original release,
Can't take a hint.
You're
but I've
worth
heard
talk.
it's still kind of underwhelming. comparison to original and 2.
Woo! Well, I'll be damned.
Are they sad?
Well, I guess the way is open now.
You see, that would have worked better if they'd shown us. Like,
Appreciate
okay,
it.
so you could put out the fire yourself, but the fal'Cie will just keep coming back and reapplying the fire, and there's no winning with it, which is why we then have to deal with those guys to be able to summon them to fight it. That would have made more sense to show the point. Region of the Mask, you say? Well, is it a Ninja Gaiden game if there aren't bullshit bosses? Probably not. Remember in that armadillo from Sigma 2 that appears out of nowhere after you crash the airplane? Like, crash the airplane, then you just have a fight with a giant armadillo out of nowhere. And then when you beat it, the damn thing explodes, and the only way not to get caught up in the explosion is for you to block the explosion. Which is dumb. Yeah, more Ninja Gaiden 2 on Saturday though. We're in Venice. Pretty sure it's Venice. Heading to the castle to take on the King Wolf, ruler of storms. See how that goes. Yeah, Ninja Gaiden generally is just bullshit to it. I'm not sure if that armadillo is... Oh, you're thinking about something else. Yeah, no, that sounds like bullshit. Am I blurry? I feel like I'm blurry.
Wisdom does
Maybe a
come
little
with
bit,
age.
yes. There we go, that's better. Right, so DLC exclusive to the PS5 version that doesn't exist yet. If you already own it on PS4, you get an upgrade to the PS5 version free. You don't get the DLC though. Yeah, it was one thing that did kind of surprise me with Spider-Man on PS5. When they announced it, I expected it to have like exclusive costumes and stuff, but the costumes they announced, they just then added to the PS4 version. That was pretty cool. And yeah, no, here's Spider-Man remastered on PS5. Here's the 2 new costumes. that are going to be in there. Also, we're putting these costumes in the PS4 version and they're completely free. I was like, oh, well, that's cool, thank you, Insomniac. See, new story content, I feel, is bullshit. Which makes me feel... It makes me feel justified in not having bought it yet. It's like, you can turn around and say, oh, it's a free upgrade though. It's like, yeah, but what if I didn't want to replay through the game? Everything I've seen says it's not a short game. What if I don't want to replay through it for this new story content? Can you access this new story content from a complete save? Or is it new story content that occurs through the story? I will say though, importing your save data is nice. If only you could do that on Persona 5 Royal. Right, so it's like another side kind of thing. That doesn't sound too bad. It does bring up the question of why it's exclusive to PS5.
Easy.
And it can't be to sell more units if you get a free upgrade for it. Like that makes no real sense. If you didn't get a free upgrade, I'd understand. Go. Honestly, at this point, if you have a PC that can run it, you probably should wait for the PS4 version. And then just hope it's a competent port, I guess. Yeah, don't worry about video games. It's cool. We're still here. See, you say that, Chanson, but that feels like everything. Everything feels like a slap to early buyers. I've been saying this about, like, Mortal Kombat 11. How Mortal Kombat 11 has done this multiple times. Like, you could go out and buy Mortal Kombat 11 at launch for full price, and then the Combat Pack came out, and you could buy the Combat Pack. And then Aftermath came out, and Aftermath cost, I think, $25, $30 maybe? I can't remember exactly. Yeah, see, that kind of thing is why I will never use PS Now. Streaming games? No. I think we're years away from that being any kind of reliable way of playing anything. But like, Aftermath comes out and it's like, I think $25 or something. But if you hadn't bought the game yet, you could get the Aftermath collection for, I think it was $40. And that would get you the game, Aftermath, and the combat pack. All for, like, altogether cheaper. Way cheaper. And that felt like a middle finger. And then Mortal Kombat 11 did it again. Like, they put out the Combat Pack 2. They put out the Combat Pack 2, I think it was. Which you could buy. And then had, like, I feel like they had something else. And then announced the Ultimate Edition, which again was cheaper and would get you everything that already existed. Yeah, but it still follows the same pattern as what I'm saying. Slap in the face to early buyers, which begs the question of why should anybody buy these games at launch? And I use Mortal Kombat 11 really just as the most recent example. What about any game that has a Game of the Year edition? It really is disappointing that Sony doesn't have a proper backwards compatibility system for that. Their response is to just stream the games, even if it's unplayable because internet connections are not that reliable. I think there's a difference in the amount of content you're getting per pack there, though, T. It's like, okay, so I went out and I bought Final Fantasy XIV at launch. And that was like 2 years worth of content on that one purchase. And then Heaven's Ward comes out, and that is like another year and a half, 2 years worth of content. And then Stormblood comes out, and that is like another year and a half, 2 years worth of content. I feel like in that regard, you're not being ripped off if you go out and buy that as it comes out, as opposed to waiting for it all to come out and then buying it as a package, which will be at a cheaper price. At the end of the day, you pay more for the earlier adoption. But with MMOs, the earlier adoption is a case of years, whereas with other stuff like that, it's a case of months. And I feel like it's not worth paying the extra to get something a few months before you could get all the DLC with it for a cheap price.
Old man.
Fighting games devalue quickly, but so do everything else. Like Dragon Age Inquisition Game of the Year Edition. I didn't buy the standard, I got the Game of the Year Edition. And it keeps giving me these accessories. And none of them are any good. Because I got Inquisition Game of the Year Edition, and it didn't cost me much, probably like a tenner, honestly. Nowadays, I regularly see Dragon Age Inquisition Game of the Year Edition bundled with Mass Effect Andromeda, and it's like £6 on sale. Or like various gold editions that get put out. It's like, okay, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, the gold edition that gets you the game, the season pass and all the DLC that will come out, it's like $100. Give it a year, or hell, give it 6 months, and that'll drop down from that to a sale price of probably like 40. So it becomes a case of that at that point, what was the point of buying it at launch when it's a case of months? And even more so in this day and age where with so many games, with too many games, buying at launch day is a case of you're paying to be a beta tester in a lot of cases. There are too many games that come out buggy as hell with the expectation that, you know, players will report them and then they can patch them. You know, something that really should have been dealt with previously. Prior to launch. I'd never really considered the resolution issue on streaming before you mentioned that video games, but it is a fair point. These games that are designed for a much higher fidelity, much higher visual fidelity, and then because your internet cannot possibly be good enough to hold it up at all times.
Just another battle.
Visual fidelity is the first thing sacrificed to try and maintain the gameplay experience, and then that makes the gameplay experience suffer because visual fidelity is such an important piece. It's an interesting thought that I hadn't considered. And it's curious. But just video game streaming in general, like... Oh no, I get that, see. It's just a case of, like, is it ever worth it?
Target's a target.
Yeah. Plus the benefit of hindsight from when it changed that. Like, was it worth it buying Resident Evil 3 Remake on launch? It really depends who you ask. Cool, I immediately don't care about either of them since they are mobile. Interesting point, Teak. I also am not pre-ordering... Oh, it's just right over here. I am also not pre-ordering Resident Evil 8. Even if I had the cash for it, I wouldn't. But, that's largely because I wasn't into RE7. And RE8 looks like a refinement of RE7 that I'm interested in. But RE7 has me skeptical enough that I'm not gonna just wholesale jump into that immediately without seeing something better. As for RE3 Make, it is an interesting question for me. Because I've only done RE3 Make for once, which was when I streamed it, and I've not really touched it since. There's an interesting counterpoint to my thoughts here. Because to me, RE8 looks close enough to RE7, but with some interesting story ideas.
Lights up!
I mean, I've said before, I think the biggest problem with Resident Evil 8 is that it's called Resident Evil. Based on the trailers, it looks like a pretty interesting game, except it's called Resident Evil, which means ultimately it's not going to be vampires and werewolves and monsters terrorizing a village with some sinister agenda. It's going to be viruses and some kind of evil corporation operating behind the scenes, because that's what it always is in Resident Evil.
The old man still got it.
And I'd be more interested if we didn't already know that. But my big problem really is just that RE7 didn't play that well on console. It felt like a game made for mouse and keyboard, with no real console consideration. Now, what have you got for me, Teak? Right, that's a dead end. I felt like the aiming in RE7 was terrible on console, but I could imagine it being way better on PC. And I know people who have said it's better on PC because of that. And it makes me think of the port of Jedi Outcast, Star Wars Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast, that came out last year for Switch and PS4. And I bought it because I love that game, and having it on a modern system, fantastic. But it's a basic-ass PC port with no real console consideration, which means it is so hard to aim in that game, because there's been no addition of any kind of auto-aim to compensate for the fact that you're using analog sticks instead of a mouse. And it's not just in my head. I made sure to double check with my GameCube version, which was done by Vicarious Visions back in the day. And Vicarious Visions have always been great at doing shit like that. And that's a console port with the required amount of tweaks. And it plays so much better for that. It looks worse because it's a GameCube game running in 480R, and it's a PC game downscaled to GameCube, so there's resolution touches that have been made to it, and texture models, textures don't look as clean and everything like that. But ultimately it plays better than PS4. Because I can hit what I'm aiming at. And like getting back to RE7, like that was the problem with RE7. It felt really hard to aim at anything. And I hope RE8 fixes that, but until I know for sure that it does, I'm not going to go out for it. Speaking of Square and mobile games and being tired of Square doing mobile games, you remember when the trademark, people found the trademark that everybody then assumed meant, where are these things? There we go. Everybody assumed could possibly mean that we were getting a new Final Fantasy Tactics game, and it turned out to be a mobile spin-off of Brave Exvius.
The old man still got it.
War of the Visions, that's what it was. Did Square port Theatre Rhythm to mobile? I feel like they did, but I might have been imagining it.
Hey, why don't you come over here?
Doesn't really matter because wouldn't buy it. Square has a horrible history of overcharging for the mobile ports. Yes, they did. Was it Theatre Rhythm or was it Curtain Call? Yeah, Square has a history of overcharging for mobile ports. Like, hey, here's Final Fantasy IX on mobile. It's a port of what is now a 21-year-old game. Coincidentally enough, it costs $21. Or is that £21? It was the first Adam Fair. Curtain Call was so much better. Let me see, I should have the price here. I think it's £21. Which probably not now. Probably comes out to $25. So it's £20.49. And then Final Fantasy VII is £16. Final Fantasy IV is $15. 5 is $15. 8 is $20.
That's how it's done.
Yeah, Curtain Call's great to start up and just have a few minutes of fun with. Like, the prices of some of this shit. Dragon Quest VI is $15. Meanwhile, Rockstar's put Max Payne on mobile, it's £3. And you can bet it's a better port. No, Theatre Rhythm Curtain Call was fantastic. I was kind of disappointed. Yeah, I don't care. Honestly. I don't even have anything disparaging to say, I don't even care. What was I saying? Yeah, I was kind of disappointed, but honestly, not all that. No, I was disappointed, and also not all that disappointed that Theatre Rhythm Dragon Quest never came outside Japan. Because while I like Theatre Rhythm and I'd love some more snow, would you get over here so I can fight you? While I like Curtain Call, and I'd like some new scenarios and music to run with it, I'm not big enough into Dragon Quest to recognise most of the music. Hey, Lino! How you doing, Lino? Over here and fight me. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. You know what? Actually, better than... People were interested with the Ever Crisis thing. Of like, oh, we're gonna get a remaster or port or redo of Crisis Core. Possibly bundled with Before Crisis. Like, no, it's a mobile game. And like, yeah, no, it reminds me of Brave... War of the Vision, whatever the fuck it's called. What people thought when the trademark came out would be a return of Final Fantasy Tactics, and then it wasn't. But there was another example before that that Square did that also disappointed people. All the Bravest, if anybody remembers that. Which, when that trademark was first found, people thought that it was going to be the English name of, at the time, the unreleased Bravely Default Flying Fairy. Because Bravely Default existed in Japan, it had been out for a while, it got a re-release. As like an updated re-release that improved some stuff and added stuff. But it didn't get a release outside Japan until Nintendo stepped in and published it themselves. But there was a point when All the Bravest was found on the ratings board. And people were like, oh, is this going to be the English name of Bravely Default? And it wasn't, it was Final Fantasy All the Bravest. Which, if you don't remember what that was, you should probably look it up. It's easy to forget what a lot of this stuff was. Now that it's been several years and nobody cares anymore. And also, mobile games disappear so often. I love how that thing flew through the floor.
Just another battle.
I don't eat tacos. Yeah, like, so many mobile games become unplayable as they update the firmware of mobile devices. Which, you know, as Shin Megami Tensei fans, is kind of notable for us, because the only official English release the original game ever got was on iOS, and is now unplayable on modern iOS devices. If you want to play the only officially released English version of the original SMT, you have to have an outdated iOS device. Which is dumb.
Thanks.
Yeah, they'll only let you download PS4 games or certain PS2 games, if I remember rightly. Because the PS4 can't actually emulate PS3 games. What's worth remembering about that is that PlayStation now existed for years as an overpriced service that wouldn't even let you download those games. And PlayStation now was pricey and was only streaming so long, and the streaming service could not be good enough to really work.
Time for another approach.
Like, Sony's there, like, yeah, no, you should use PlayStation now if you want to play these old games. But it is vastly inferior to actually playing on actual hardware in your own house. Because the actual hardware doesn't rely on what could be a really unstable, intermittent internet connection. Because that's the nature of internet connections. Honestly, video games, it would probably be better for you. Streaming video games like that is such an unreliable service, as you seem to have discovered. Streaming video isn't so bad, because it can be far ahead enough and you can download video fast enough. Oftentimes, that intermittency doesn't really matter. And it's only coming one way, you only have to download the video. But with video games, it's constant download of the video and audio, and a regular upload in return of your own interactions on the controller. Which has to be constant. It has to be a constantly stable connection, and
thank you.
There are very few internet services in the world that could reliably provide that. Which is why the idea of PlayStation Now is so new to me, and why the concept of Google Stadia is just baffling to me.
You asked for it.
Better emulation service PS3. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, video games? That's an interesting point, see. It could have been any game that doesn't require reaction times or fast-paced movement of responses. Oh, yeah, no, the PS3 emulator for PC. I've seen Sonic Unleashed on that, and it's quite nice. If you can configure it right, it's quite nice. But because Stadia is supposed to appeal to the modern video game crowd, that means it has to be able to provide stuff like Red Dead Redemption 2. Which is exactly the kind of game that you want to be able to have a reliable playability with. Not something that depends on a constant internet connection. Alright, where do you go? Come on. Right. Yeah, I've seen footage of RCPS3.
New strategy.
I imagine it requires a lot of power. I imagine it's tricky to set up and has to be configured individually. But I've seen it running in like the best conditions, and it's pretty impressive. Like I say, I saw Sonic Unleashed running on it, and one of those levels that killed the frame rate when playing Sonic Unleashed on original hardware, and it's running surprisingly smoothly on RCPS 3, which is pretty cool. Really cool.
We gotta win this!
Thank you.
Oh, so I am. The only thing I can think for that as being a reason is that like maybe the camera's focusing on the background behind me. Of course, now you can see the mic here. Doesn't really matter.
Thanks. You asked for it.
You see, this is where multiple cures would have been better than 2 curers. I was honestly debating not even giving Lightning Cura because I knew this kind of thing would happen. How you doing, Simon? You've been weirdly quiet today. With all the things we've been talking about today, it's not like you not to chime in with an opinion.
Here. Thanks.
No.
That's fair enough. I thought that predated 2019. I'm sure you've been telling me about how you've been stuck on Bravely Default for longer than that. Command grab, you say?
No.
I'm sure I remember you telling me about it at one point when you worked at your previous job. up several times about it when you worked at your previous job. I've heard about the steel on bone system, and I think I understand it conceptually, but I'll need to see it in action to really get the idea of it.
You asked for it.
I bet you this isn't going to give enough CP to be worth it. Yeah. That's less CP than a fight with a King Behemoth. At least you did the thing you were stuck on Bravely Default though, so I'm probably never going to do that again. I say I couldn't get into it. Didn't like the battle system. Which means I have little interest in Bravely Default 2. And beyond that, I have so many other RPGs to play as it is, I don't need to be picking up another one. I can enjoy it, that's always the most important thing. You have to justify your enjoyment of it for anyone else. I have to on my Switch. Kinda. I know you got a Switch, I don't remember if we added each other. I might check that later. It depends if I go on my Switch. Okay. Far end. Possibly. Possibly. Alright, come on. Sure, we haven't played anything together on Switch though. I've done multiplayer on Switch in a while. I don't think about it. One of those things, like I've said before, if it wasn't part of a family account, I would not have Switch Online. Several reasons.
Easy.
There we go. Right, and it's the big one we're after. Yeah, I want to do Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge. And like I said, I might do it right after we finish 2, but I might give it some time. We'll see how we feel and see how Chansom's doing with Skies of Arcadia at that time. Ninja Gaiden 2 was basically to patch some time out for Skies of Arcadia.
Keep the enemy off balance.
Thanks.
Change of plan.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
You know, I said that this dungeon, like this place is the only place in the game that feels like a dungeon. And you know what? I'm gonna say I was wrong, because this just feels like more of Gran Pulse. Because we're doing the same thing. Just running around doing missions.
Thanks. Way to go.
We'll have to move the tower back into its previous position before we can go forward again. Now we've got more people here now, more people active in the chat and all. I'm going to throw this question out again. If you could make any one video game purchase and not have to worry about justifying it to anybody, including yourself, like what would you love to pick up? Yeah, it really is past Radiance, isn't it? That one GameCube thing. everything on GameCube is cheaper than that. Easier to get yourself a copy of 1000 Year Door than it is to get yourself a copy of Path of Radiance. God damn. Like, as far as GameCube goes, I'm pretty fortunate in that most of the more expensive stuff on GameCube is stuff I picked up at the time before it was expensive. But Path of Radiance, God, I've only seen Path of Radiance in person once.
Change of plan.
Back off!
Just getting
And that
started.
wasn't even when it was being sold.
Time for another approach.
I think Simon was with me actually at that time. We head through here, outside, circle round. I'm not dealing with that thing again, it ain't perfect. I think it was Lee who had it, and he might have been selling it or taking it somewhere or something.
Creep on something your own size. My bad.
The GameStop's like restarts selling GameCube games
again.
Like,
Yeah.
doing a retro thing.
You want to help us?
Well, I would love to have the Steel Battalion on original Xbox with the big controller.
Oh,
Possibly.
he's gone.
Let's just count our blessings. The way's clear.
Right.
I feel like there's a few bigger retailers that have started doing retro stuff, recognizing that there are people who want to sell it and people who will pay through the nose for it.
I'll be up ahead
The
of you.
CEX started doing that a few years ago. Yeah, Steel Battalion on original Xbox, and the sequel, which I can't remember what the subtitle for it was, but it came with like this huge 20-button controller, 40-button controller, this huge controller, and it was a mech game, and the entire idea was like you pilot this mech with this huge controller and like 3 pedals and everything, and it looks so cool. I'd love to have one of those. If you've never seen the Steel Battalion controller, I recommend checking it out. It's pretty crazy.
Try that on me. Try that on me.
I might have seen one when you were working at GameStop, Jansen.
approach.
So, in that same vein, like, if you could have any one arcade machine for personal use, what would it be? Sound Voltex. That is not actually a name I recognize. Let me look into this. Oh, that looks like button pressing Guitar Hero. That's kind of neat. Musical games, cool idea though. It looks like it could be. Yeah, I could see that, Jansen. So Konami does DDR, or does Konami publish DDR and it's a sublet? They contract another company to do it. Mine might be a little more conventional than that. I'm kind of torn between one of the Tekken games, like either Tekken 3 or Tekken Tag, the original Tekken Tag, like the revision of the original Tekken Tag, or House of the Dead, either 2 or 3. Because like 2's iconic, but House of the Dead 3 has that shotgun controller and I love that. Like, if you're into light gun games and you've never played House of the Dead 3 in the arcade, then you should look to see if you can find a place that has it. 'Cause that shotgun controller's really cool. No more aiming off screen and pulling the trigger to reload. Nah, now you just pump the shotgun, it's awesome. I like light gun games and I'm not going to apologize for that. I'm trying to think of what you're talking about, Chansum, and it sounds like a familiar concept. Juby arcade. Oh, Sina. But I can't play Galgun with a light gun. That's the problem, Chansum. If I had a light gun that I could play Galgun with, I'd be like, yeah, sure, let's play Galgun. I need to see about setting up a PlayStation Move again. I re-downloaded all the light gun games that I got for PS3. I don't care about the quality of the game, Sina. I just want a gun to play it with. But I re-downloaded all of the light gun games I have on PS3, and I need to break out my Move controller again, so I can actually play them. It's like, yeah, you could play them with a controller, but why would you do that? Oh, Juby. No, I'm not saying anything bad about Juby. Can you play Duck Hunt without a gun, without an NES zapper? I mean, you could emulate, you could set a controller up to emulate it, yeah, but like, it probably wouldn't work that great. Why is there still more of these fucking things? Is this the end? I hope this is the end. I can get Galgun on Vita, Galgun double piece. Yeah, no, you said Juby arcade machine.
Time for another approach.
Yeah, I forgot exactly what was going on with this tower. I forgot it was just these missions. I remember there was some puzzle aspects of it, where with like something, and then seeing the rotation of the tower was like, oh, that's what it is. And I forgot it was just more of these missions.
Just another battle.
I like light gun games. I'm not sure how well the pointer works on Switch with the Joy-Cons, because I've never used it, because why would I? But if it works decent, like, it'd be nice if somebody like maybe Namco or Sega would port a collection of their light gun games on to Switch. I'd buy it. I mean, come on, Namco, why isn't there a Time Crisis collection? I mean, there is actually House of the Dead collection. It was on Wii, but there was one.
You asked for it.
House of the Dead 2 and 3 Return. I don't think fruit machines quite count. Not for what I'm thinking of, at least. The 5th Time Crisis? Or the 5th House of the Dead? Probably the 5th House of the Dead, because there isn't one. I mean, technically Overkill might count, but... Oh, well, it's House of the Dead 5. House of the Dead, yeah. Like I say, I have like every light gun game on PS3. So that's the 2 Resident Evil Chronicles games. Bullshit, that should be a preemptive strike.
Time for another approach.
I have like, all the light gun games. So that's both the Resident Evil Chronicles games, Time Crisis Raising Storm, which is a collection of Time Crisis 5, Raising Storm, and Dead Storm Pirates. And all of the House of the Dead games on there, which is 3, 4, and Overkill Extended Cut. Unfortunately, House of the Dead 2 was never put on PS3. which is a shame. I'd have to try and dig up a copy of House of the Dead 2 or Summoning 3 Return on to play it.
Stay calm.
Actually, Dead's pretty cool.
Just getting started.
Anytime.
Come on. Okay, that's excessive.
I appreciate it. Lights out!
I really don't appreciate when enemies come up and punch me as I'm about to do anything, and then I lose that ability for a second. I'm gonna be honest with you, video games, there's a lot of things about this game that are annoying. Like when I'm about to do something and somebody punches me and then I don't do it. It's like, oh yeah, no, I'll do raise and 2 cures. Oh, what's that? Someone just punched me? Well, I'm not going to do raise anymore, but I'll still do those 2 cures. Because that's a good idea.
Change of plan.
How about some of this? Now you done it. Try that on me.
There.
Thanks.
Yeah, you know what, that'll do. Seriously, error rate. Really irritating myself.
Time for another approach.
The worst part about that is I snuck up on those guys. That should have been way simpler than it was. I snuck up on the guys and the game didn't register it. Apex, top of the tower. There better be a save point before this, because I know there's a boss up here. there's a save point. Alright, let's go.
All from here, it's curtains. Something fishy about this place.
I walk around this.
What? Ah, you had me going there.
There's an item on the other side. Yeah, there's an item over here as well. Anything else? Alright, I guess that's everything. Go take on the boss.
Uh-huh.
Hey, look!
It's acting strange. He must be weak from losing his tail.
Is there a good reason we're fighting this now?
Yeah? Looks plenty feisty to me.
He's bluffing to scare us off. Let's just go with that, all right? Come on, we can do this.
We can
Oh, he's a big boy.
Stay focused.
Oh yeah, why is that video games? Alright, what do we got? Peril capable of bestowing faith. That could be a problem. Susceptible to imperil, but I don't have anybody on the party who can sabotage. I did like the way it unfolded itself. That was pretty cool. Okay, so it can remove debuff. It can remove buffs. Alright, go. Come on. This is going to be a few rounds. Maybe 3 rounds. done.
New strategy.
That could be a problem. Oh, great. Mass debuffs. And one problem with Essener in this game is it only takes off one debuff at a time, and you can't choose which. Hey, that's good too. I'm guessing you're done with it now? Like you didn't know in advance it'd be 20 minutes? Fucking bastards.
No.
Is it really fair? Is it really fair for a boss to be able to throw that many debuffs on everybody at once? It sounds like some SMT level bullshit. I might need to rework the team for this. Let me see. I'm gonna get another medic. And another medic. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. I'm glad you're out, Zeke. Glad you're out. Now you can start setting up your stream.
Uh-huh.
This'll be interesting.
Does Hope have haste?
Thank you.
I guess not.
Thanks.
I'm gonna guess Hope doesn't have anything else for us.
Time for another approach. Thanks.
Here we go!
So the problem with the AI doing this stuff is I know Vanille has Kiraja. Or Kirata. I know she has another healing spell that takes up 2 slots on the ATB gauge and heals everybody. Wait a minute, is that going fast with everybody on that? As much as I'd love to keep doing Try Disaster works best when the entire party is hasted. Without it, you will want a commando to stack up the stagger. Or somebody who's faster than Hope, I guess. I feel like Hope is really slow. Boss is pretty tame. He's not playing as nasty as he did last time. Demo. Yeah. The big problem was just last time when he hit us with that attack that hit everybody with. I think it was 5 debuffs for Snow and Zaz and 4 for Lightning, which was just crazy. Which is why I've come in here with 3 medics. So if he does that shit again, we can compensate. Yeah, buff everybody up again. He's also not been removing the buffs this time, which is weird. Like, this fight is going very differently to the previous one.
Thanks.
Hope you've got more buffs you can be casting. Cast them. There we go. Is this it? Yep, there it is. What do you mean by that, video games? It's going faster is not being much of a problem because we don't have snow. I think this boss hates snow as well.
Stay calm.
Fair enough. Alright, let's do this. This isn't a bad team with this setup, honestly. I think regular enemies would go down slower.
Here we go!
I'd possibly remove the standard stuff. Possibly keep Hope, remove Vanille and replace it with that. So that we can do double synergists that cover different things.
Change of plan.
Here we go!
Thanks.
Present!
Thanks.
You see, with 3 medics, and the amount of healing you get done is pretty cool. Right, there it is. Oh, it just outright killed a fal'Cie.
Look!
Nice.
He's saying thanks.
At last, we are free. We go now, to hunt down evil where it hides.
So I guess that means there are still more monsters like that one out there.
Sounds like it. Somewhere out there on Gran Pulse.
Wonder if we'll see that in the
Just like
sequel.
that. For a big hunk of rock, that thing sure can move.
Guess they're just doing what they can too. Trying to save the world.
Yeah, well, it's not all on them. Last time I checked, we are still in this fight.
Ereba's right down there then, isn't it?
Yep.
So what's it like?
Well, it's kind of small, but it's warm and green and very naturey.
Around the fal'Cie, it was flowers as far as you could see, huh?
View from here? Ain't so rosy, I'm sorry to say.
You want to wait here?
No. I need to see for myself.
It's like, okay, so we're within viewing range of your home and you didn't think to look over the edge to see it?
It's all gone.
What's that? You thought there'd be a
Every
town where we
trace of
could
colour.
interact with other people? Not in Final Fantasy XIII.
We're chasing shadows. This whole idea of losing our brands is hopeless.
There's gotta be a way.
Let's keep on
That's why
looking.
we were going there?
That's what we
I
came
thought we were
here
going there
for.
because we had no other options.
We all
Or we had
agreed.
no we
And
had
now
no
we're
other
here.
ideas.
You think?
Yeah.
You think it's really possible?
That's why I say
Sure.
like Zaz is
Anything
probably the
is.
best character in this game. He's the only one that always feels reasonable.
There's no going back.
You don't think I know that?
Come on.
Okay. So I think what we're going to do now is we're going to head to the next save point and then we'll call it. Are our enemies up here now? Let me see. Kneel for Zaz. So let's do the triple Ravager. Dual Synergist. And Commando and Ravager. Yeah, but it takes so long to get to Lightning being reasonable. Zaz always feels reasonable, and it's one of his best points. There we go, that feels good. Yeah, this team works out.
Time to go?
I'm confident in Dual Synergists.
Now that looks like an easier way to get where we're going.
Well, let's take it. Wouldn't want you to throw your back out climbing, old man.
You really are a charmer, aren't you?
I thought this was an elevator. Why is it stopping here? Like, if it could go this far, why stop here? And now we're just in Snowyland. It's the same chapter. Yeah, this is still chapter 11. Oh, this feels dumb. Oh, there's Cocoon. I think we'll end on this image. Crystal dust. Creates an interesting implications to explore next time. But that is going to do it for us for today. We made a bunch of progress. The grinding is over for now, and with how much we've got there, I'm gonna hope we don't need to grind anymore. I don't think the Crystarium is going to expand until the end of this chapter, and I'm hoping that this is going to be enough to keep us going without having to do any more grinding. But yeah, that's it. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Teak, Signer, Chansum, Klim, Video Games, Lino. Did we have anybody else? Said Signer, Chansum, Teak, Video Games, Lino. Klim. Oh yeah, and Manda. And thanks for joining me, everybody. Thank you so much for keeping me company. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Yay, there's Lino. Let's give a few shout-outs to some people. We've got Teak, who should be going live within the next couple of hours, playing more System Shock, the original 1994 classic, that if you've never seen, is worth a look. And Teak's a cool dude, definitely recommend checking him out. We have, of course, our buddy Chansum Gaming, who is currently working his way through Tales of Berseria, Skies of Arcadia Legends, Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I'm gonna assume possibly Azure Striker Gunvolt 2, unless he finished it last night. And of course, there is our buddy Clemity J. Hazardon. God damn it, he's done it again. Who is currently playing Undertale on the Genocide run. He streams on Saturdays, recommend checking him out, he's a cool dude. I don't know, just chance and beat Gunvolt 2. It's all RPGs from here. There is, of course, our buddy Signer, who recently started streaming. He's a cool dude. No idea what he's going to be streaming next, since he seems to have stopped doing Ground Zeroes. And I think he's doing Phantom Pain offline. I don't know what he's planning to stream next. And, of course, last but not least is our good buddy Lino. Super cool dude. He's been on a Star Wars kick lately. He did Dark Forces, he did Bounty Hunter. He was trying to get Jedi Knight working, that didn't happen. He was trying to do KOTOR, but that wasn't going for him. So he started playing Star Wars Galaxies, which is the old Star Wars MMO, which I've always been kind of interested in, but never sat down to get running. So definitely check him out. He's a cool dude, and worth checking out. But yeah, with that, that's pretty much it. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in chat. Thank you so much for keeping me company. Chat is always the best part of the stream. We will be back 8 PM on Saturday, 8 PM Greenwich Mean Time GMT, with more Ninja Gaiden 2. Sunday we'll be doing the Final Fantasy VII stream with Clem on mic. We are currently in Junon, about to be executed. Yakuza is going to return on Monday at 8 PM Greenwich Mean Time GMT. Final Fantasy XIII will be back next Tuesday, 8 PM Greenwich Mean Time GMT, and hopefully we'll start making our way towards the end of the game. Get back into Cocoon next time and really make a push for it. Lino is actually cool, don't let him fool you. But yeah, with that, I want to thank everybody for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care. Catch you next time, guys. Bye. Bye. Bye.